Rebonjour tout le monde, on est de retour sur Eternal Strands. On va essayer d'avancer un peu plus, avoir plus de magie. Peut-être ça va avancer vers la fin du jeu. Je sais pas trop combien de temps il nous restait pour le terminer. Par contre, je sais que je voulais essayer de le finir avant les 18 pour un nouveau jeu. Donc à partir de maintenant, on peut plus dire de conneries. Ben oui, mais pas vulgaire, raciste, mettons.
On demande beaucoup, là.
Ouais, je sais. Je sais que c'est dur pour toi.
Très dur. Surtout que là, je compte l'Axasia, fait que ça va me fâcher.
Tant qu'on t'entend frapper sur ton bureau, c'est correct.
Ah, je suis dans mon lit, fait que...
Ça va être encore plus drôle quand on va t'entendre frapper sur le bureau.
Ouais,
Tu vas tellement être fâché que tu auras pris la peine de te lever.
sûrement.
Tetramental. De toute façon, tu l'avais pas déjà fait.
Ouais, c'est pour ça que j'ai mis un easy mode pour les boss vraiment chiants de la seconde moitié, là. Pis tu sais, je dis easy mode, je me fais quand même péter la gueule. Ça fait juste les rendre plus fair, je trouve.
Parce que de base, sont pas fair.
Ben, j'aime pas à quel point ils font juste de mettre lâcher, là. T'as quasiment aucune fenêtre d'attaque.
T'avais quand même réussi.
Oui, pas
Pas
sans me
sans
faire
larmes.
violemment chier.
Faudrait que je fasse ça moi aussi, essayer ce jeu-là.
Ouais, surtout avant le DLC, là.
Ça dépend, là, c'est quand il sort DLC.
Je sais pas.
Ah, en plus, il va falloir que je fasse tout ça avant Yakuza Pirate.
Ah, quand, lui?
Pas à la fin du mois.
T'as le temps.
Oui, bien sûr. Ça m'intéresse pas bien, bien. Fait que j'aille en haut. Là. Tu finis de me pitcher des immeubles?
Mais, Strands Game, je sais c'est quoi être électrochoc. Pas besoin de me le dire sur l'avant-dernier boss.
Parce que tu t'étais pas fait pogner avant.
Ah, je me suis fait pogner plein de fois.
Ouhou.
Je dirais pas non, c'est un mode pour rendre le spectateur un peu plus intelligent que juste tout encaisser.
Let's see if we can find a registry of makers' sigils.
Spectre, j'imagine son invocation pour t'aider.
Ouais.
C'est un tank.
Non, justement, pas vraiment.
This looks like some kind of evacuation plan. Old. Probably from before the surge. Were they consulting it? Tables of assets listed. Looks like a tabulation of supply levels. Too new to be from before the surge. According to these dates, they stayed in Nephron for years afterwards. Just some birth records. Surprisingly detailed.
Invaluable. We'll have to make sure Lane adds them to our archive later.
Heal.
Here we go. Sigils. Ah, found it. Our creator is listed here as Lucia de Crassus. 2 registered workshops, both council approved for dangerous materials. She must have had some pull before the surge. One is here in the city, and the other, let's see. I've been there. That frozen town out in Judge's Maya. Better wear something warm.
I think it's important we run this one down, Bryn. The water clock is dripping.
Lower, puis direct de mine. Pas mine, Meyer. J'ai aucune idée qu'est-ce que ça veut dire. Ici. Ici puis là. Le jeu Lies of P, c'est un bon jeu ou t'as fait chier? Ou les deux?
C'est un excellent jeu qui m'a fait chier.
C'est un excellent Souls-like parce qu'il t'a fait chier.
C'est un excellent Souls-like, mais est-ce que les boss, je les trouvais assez détestables, surtout à la fin. Peut-être que c'est moi qui perdais patience aussi. Hein.
Voilà, c'est possible.
Dans ce temps-là, j'avais pas mes antidépresseurs non plus.
Fait que c'est un très bon Souls-like vu que tu as besoin d'antidépresseurs après.
Exactement.
Je rentre ici. Oh, je suis en train de mourir maintenant.
The record said this place was registered to our child of interest, Lucia. It sure doesn't look like a saboteur or smuggler's den. On the workings of Archons by L. de Crassus. Seems promising. Dumb?
Certainly topical. Probably not enough to go on by itself, though. Still significant.
Ah ben oui. Je suis face à face avec. Pas mal ici. Que je trouve une cache. On va le feu partout. Pas provoqué par moi. Celui-là. Quand même beaucoup de monde. Au. Ok, toi. Qu'est-ce c'est quoi la panoplie de monde? Tu mort? C'est en bas. Un chemin ici. Non, c'est pas. Peut-être. Ça marche pas. On peut plus qu'il y avait du monde.
Everything all right?
There's just so much. Oh, and a letter. Encoded like the others.
Can't wait to work it out.
Bon. Là, c'est complété. Faut que j'aille à la mine. On va retourner à la ville. Pas mine, mire. Poupoudou. Oh, une ville de froid. Ça, je pense, va être bon pour essayer la nouvelle map. La résistance, mais pas tant.
That Aerith can influenced the weather. Almost certainly why things are frozen over.
Malfunctioning, then?
Indisputably. The ice buildup must be causing a cyclical localized reaction.
Sure. I'll take care of it.
Good idea. Swampy environs and intense cold is bad even for Enclave parchment. Best to lower the risk.
Ça veut dire que je pouvais faire ça depuis le début, là. Vraiment? Nah, je pouvais pas faire ça depuis le début.
There. Already warming up. Hope I didn't damage the priceless artifact too much.
Can't make an omelette, as they say.
A lot of notes here. Water damage from the cold and melt, though. Let's see. Materials. Huh. That's how you visualize a pattern. Lots of marginal notes. These have to be from Lucia. Ah. She mentions a flood in the later passages.
Sev and I will look at these together with her book then. See what we can learn in context. As Aurea says, candle is burning on our front.
Ah, on va pas retourner au camp, hein?
So, the letter. I'm prepared for bad news.
How did you know?
They were collecting supplies for other survivors. We know someone is out there. The supplies never made it to them. That, and the tear stains.
Is that what that was? Yes, well, there's a lot to cover. We have the cache itself and our scrounging siblings. We should at least give you the high-level details on both. Where do you want to start?
Talk to me about the supplies.
They did astonishing work. If I weren't sure they're both gone, I'd hire them. Indeed, a robust collection, including several enchanted objects we barely recognize. They had a keen eye for things that could decay and took care to preserve them.
You two sound giddy.
If there's one thing Lane and I are passionate about, it's preservation of rare objects.
Were there any hints of more of these?
As far as we can tell, this was it. It's impressive one runner could gather this much, frankly.
Have you been working your magic, Casmin?
Obviously. Thank you for bringing everything back so carefully.
Anything of note?
Yes, but let's save that until we've done the other questions.
Mysterious. That's enough about the cache.
Sure.
What did the final note say?
Yes, right. It was a farewell. One sibling disappeared. The runner.
I thought the runner of the pair was the one we found.
So did we. But this last message was a farewell to his sister. Apparently the Grumpole...
Really?
I know. But apparently their boss had been ordered to stop wasting resources on the search. And so our hauler left this farewell, hoping his sister might find it, on the off chance she was alive. He was going to remove all their other messages so their plan wouldn't be found out. We postulate he was on his way to do that, when...
When the flood caught him.
These people, however many are left, they've really been through it. They might really need our help. They're still organized and have a command structure, but it sounds dysfunctional.
Is there anything we could do, do you think?
Sadly, no. But their story will live on in our chronicle.
Did we confirm they weren't actually stealing from the Enclave?
The letter seems genuine. I think their plan was to bring in a big haul. It says a lot about the Hearthsiders that our siblings thought this would clear any suspicion.
How so?
The cloud of suspicion tells us they were in dire times, tightening the screws on their own people. But bring in a big load and we trust you. Doesn't that sound a little like a bribe?
So you think our runners were dirty?
No. I think the system's dirty, and they're just stuck working through it.
I'm not going to say the name, but do we have any sense of who was giving their orders?
The Enclave's leader was called the Eye, a first of firsts, after a fashion. Elected from the masters of each craft, the High Smith, High Enchanter, and so on. Unfortunately, we don't have any details about their direct superior. I will spare you the name.
Let's move on to something else.
Of course.
So, where do we go from here?
We're not sure. It's something of a dead end. It is a win. We have restocked a number of very rare supplies, including enchanting supplies we don't have any immediate use for, but they'll be worth keeping.
For study, if nothing else.
I suppose the only other thing to say is, good job, Bryn.
Indeed. We have made progress in unraveling the shape of what the post-Surge society looks like in the Enclave. Further, these documents are invaluable to the historical record.
And maybe you put a couple souls to rest. Not to be sentimental.
Dommage. Ça a tenté un petit peu tous.
Any luck with the materials we gathered from Lucia's workshops?
Yes. I'll let Sev fill you in.
We started with the book, which was painfully dry and highly theoretical.
Unsurprising. The Enclave was notoriously tight-lipped about the construction of the arcs.
The book was still useful, as it contained a number of craft-specific terms, shorthands and annotations, all critical. Referencing the book clarified the notes.
Without it, they bordered on deranged rant, especially at the end.
Sort of a window into her thinking.
We suspect Lucia spent a long time in isolation while working on these.
She covered many topics, but the most prominent was her work into the Flood.
Who exactly was Lucia? It seems like she had a lot going on.
Brilliant, but disturbed. She harbored a severe hatred of Enclave leadership.
Reams of fiercely colorful text, just to say some very rude things, especially about the Eye, their leader.
She was also, at one point, one of the most respected enchanters in the Enclave. She worked on something she refused to name, but was clearly of deep significance to the Enclave itself. Called it the source of all our problems.
Sadly, she only danced around that subject, and never offered details.
We know the Hearthsiders spent years working in Denevron after the Surge. Why do we think Lucia ended up so far from the capital?
It's evident she disagreed with the leaders of the Enclave and gathered others around her who agreed. There's talk of several meetings taking place in the Maya, most likely to be away from prying eyes.
Called her group the Verdant Minds. Very planty.
I like it.
Her workshop was a little brisk, even for my tastes. Any idea why?
She was fascinated with Enclave technology, specifically the dismantling, disruption, and repurposing of it.
Remember our talk about the aeroliths and how they could influence the weather? When the effect is accidentally concentrated, it can be quite intense. We suspect she was experimenting with the aerolith in relation to the floods. She predicted their start.
How do those devices I found with her mark on them tie into all of this?
In her final notes, her obsession shifted from the Enclave's leadership to the miasma flood. She was determined to find a way to stop it. On one hand, she looked to the aeroliths as a mitigation. Could they repel the miasma?
In the end, her answer was no. And so she turned to disruption. We think the arcs were tests. Could she shut them down?
And if so, Could she shut down something larger?
She was clearly successful at least once. Maybe twice if we count the one outside the Veil.
Indeed. And when we're doing more general questions, that is what we must talk about.
All intriguing information. But we should focus on the flood. Does she have an answer for us?
Partially. This is the design.
Her research led her to one conclusion. To stop the floods. She needed to disrupt a barrier of some sort. The frustrating thing is that she never explains what barrier or where it could be found.
She assumed, unfortunately, that anyone else reading it would know what she was talking about.
Her design is detailed and specific. The device it would create inverts the flow of magic and enchanted objects, disrupting them for a time.
We think the devices we found on the Arks were prototypes, small experiments to determine efficacy and duration.
So what's the catch? If the floods are still happening, clearly she didn't build one.
Lucia's thimble, as she calls it, requires some highly specialized components. It has to withstand considerable magical flow, far more than what's produced by an Ark.
It's like how mass scales exponentially. Just because you can build a scale model of an aqueduct doesn't mean the real thing can support its own weight.
Thankfully, that supply cache you found has the necessary materials to handle that kind of magical flow.
Solar can pick up where Lucia left off then.
Exactly. The other thing we'll need is a source of magical flame. Solar's mantle won't be enough by itself.
I can handle that part easily. Okay, so we have clear next steps. Just one more thing. What happened to Lucia?
The flood. Our best guess, at any rate. There's no sign of her.
Faites simulation.
Woo! Solar, Lane. A shame to lose such prodigious runners. They were really very good.
The Hearthsiders have had it harder than any of us expected.
Indeed. We shan't let their efforts go to waste. Lucia's thimble is within our reach thanks to them. I am going to be poring through Lucia's notes for years.
Fascinating stuff.
Perhaps not to everyone, but she was a brilliant enchanter. It's not often I read a marginal comment accompanied with a lewd doodle and go, flames, that's brilliant.
T'as-tu besoin de parler? No. Design. Hey, Seb, qu'est-ce que t'en
Outsiders are scavenging their own city. Things must be dire.
I'm worried about them after that particular discovery.
You've a kind heart, Bryn. Though I'll stick to worrying about us, if you don't mind. I keep thinking about how angry those notes were.
Lucia's?
Yes. The tone was acidic, and she clearly felt she'd been betrayed. Not in the general sense. It was personal. I just wish she'd been more clear about by whom.
Bing, bing. Flame résonance.
Je vais voir un article passé. Microsoft has more games slated for PS5 this year than Sony.
C'est vrai, ça. Ah, ben, ils se font du cash.
Ouais.
Ça, c'est pas vrai, côté console. Me semble que je vois pas bien passer de quoi sur Xbox. Je vois pas le monde en acheter bien des Xbox.
Selon moi, ils devraient juste se concentrer sur les jeux, Microsoft.
Ouais, ils devraient aller sur PC, puis même si leur jeu sort sur PlayStation.
Ouais.
Je sais pas si. On n'a pas eu de nouvelles ou de rumeurs comme la PlayStation, comme quoi qu'ils faisaient autre chose, la Xbox.
Ouais.
You know, there's one silver lining to the sad tale of our deceased runners.
Pour PlayStation, on va avoir un super remaster de Days Gone.
Ben oui. PlayStation
J'ai
aime
vu
ça,
des
faire
codes.
des remasters.
Pas de celui que tout le monde demande, par contre.
Ouais, ça. C'est parce qu'il y en a un de prévu, là, mais ils veulent pas le dire. Là.
Ouais.
We know the Hearthsiders still have some advanced
Imagines-tu tout le
production
goodwill qu'ils
capabilities.
pourraient récupérer s'ils disaient oui, on en a un en cours?
Non, mais ça serait donner raison aux gamers. Là.
Parce que pendant ce temps-là, t'as juste les gamers, justement, qui sont en train de le port eux autres mêmes sur PC.
Ouais, puis ça avait pas été shut down.
Non. Ils ont shut down la patch 60. Ben, le mode 60 FPS que d'autres avaient fait pour
The materials they were gathering don't
PlayStation.
have much use for basic
Ah, ok.
survival.
Je savais qu'il y avait shut down quelque chose.
Therefore, weapons, armor, and enchantments.
Genre 2 ans après sa sortie, mais bon.
Any concerns about us claiming them?
None. They've been there long enough. Scavenger etiquette applies. These kinds of materials are
Ouais,
too
c'est
rare
peut-être
to
un
let
move
go
à
to
la
waste.
Capcom. Là. Il y a quelqu'un qui est en train de leur faire Resident Evil, puis les autres aussi, d'après moi, ben, il est en train de leur faire, fait que ils l'ont shut down.
Ça m'étonnerait.
T'es pas optimiste dans la vie.
Non.
Une réponse rapide.
Mhm.
Our supply runners might be why there are so many crates gathered around the city.
Why do
Puis
they
réaliste,
reappear?
penchant négatif.
Dom and I have a theory. The Ark
Fait que
makes
ton
the big
réalisme,
partial
des
functional.
fois, il change pour être négatif.
So,
Ouais.
when they're not trying to kill me,
Dans le sens, je suis
they
réaliste, mais m'a plus souvent
tidy up
voir
the place?
le côté négatif des solutions.
Doit être la joie tous les jours.
Oui.
Like I said, a theory. But that was a big part of what they were built to do.
Ça, j'ai besoin de 100. Toujours max.
Je reviens.
Oui. 250. Fusion. Encore un meilleur sac, ça c'est la vie. Je vais pouvoir l'augmenter encore. Lui aussi. Ah, je trouve qu'ils sont bien installés. Hein? Tout le monde est bien. Je vais garder Asylum là. Il y a ça de feu qui me ferait. Ça va être le troisième sort. Nouvelle zone, nouveau sort. J'espère.
Where am I? Underground.
Barrier almost looks like the veil.
It must be the one Lucia wrote about in her notes.
And the panel looks like our scry. Anyone know what it is?
No idea.
Similar design to a scry, but it looks like it's a permanent installation. Like it interfaces with the room. Could this be the harness?
Must be. It seems like Asylum involved sealing away whatever's beyond this barrier.
With this discovery and everything else you found, I should be able to piece together what Asylum actually was.
Ouais, j'en reviens déjà. C'est court et touchant. Tout qu'on avait découvert.
I know we need to discuss the barrier and its potential ties to the flood. But want to give me a rundown of the research first?
Of course. Years after the surge, there was an inexplicable spike in casualties.
You don't think it's due to the arcs going hostile?
Well, that may be part of it, but we can't be certain due to the information blackout. All we know is that it nearly wiped the Hearthsiders out. What seems to have saved them was Asylum's execution. A defensive measure that involved sealing the underground behind a magical barrier.
Almost like the Veil.
Exactly like the Veil.
So the Enclave didn't just hide information from the rest of the Mater, but their own people as well.
Judging from the secrecy and a few of the letters you found, I would guess that high-level officials were paranoid. Clearly, not everyone was in favor of this measure, and some might have wished to thwart it.
People like Lucia.
And a dissenting group known as the Verdant Minds that she had ties to, though it's entirely unclear what those ties were.
You said the casualties spiked long after the surge. Can you elaborate on what might have caused this?
This is truly the thousand-fairer question. With the information blackout, I can't find a concrete link to the cause across hundreds of pages. Arc hostility could certainly be a factor. Clearly, numerous weavers were killed by their own defenses. The recorded minutes from other meetings in the war room illustrate a long period of geological instability following the surge as well. Aftershocks and earthquakes and... well, not to mention the outskirts grew more dangerous each year as the creatures were allowed to breed unculled. But these threats seemed to plateau in the early years after the surge. There is no mention of the spike that resurfaced and prompted Asylum.
That's so strange.
It is.
Khan Stanild gave the orders to execute Asylum. Do we know anything else about him?
Judging from the series of letters between him and the commander, it would seem that, at the time, he was recently elected. And judging from the frequency with which he followed up on the commander's progress with Asylum, this defensive measure was a key pillar in his political platform. He seemed to grow increasingly concerned with his popularity among civilians in the most recent letters.
Ugh, isn't that kind of slimy?
Leveraging a security crisis to consolidate political influence? Yes, it's incredibly slimy and effective.
And the commander? Do we know what happened to him?
It would appear that Asylum was executed successfully, so perhaps he is still alive. But until we find the Hearthsiders, we can't know for sure.
It's got to be where the Hearthsiders went, right? Remember, the letter mentioned they were evacuated from the city.
to an undisclosed location. We have no real confirmation that they are down there.
But it would make sense, wouldn't it? After all, asylum can mean shelter or safekeeping.
It can also mean prison. I know everyone wants an easy answer to where they went, but something just doesn't add up. You would think there would be at least one document linking asylum to the evacuation of the city, and there simply isn't.
So, back to the barrier. Think it's the one Lucia was trying to take down?
Yes, the very same. She was right, too. It's causing the miasma floods. The raw magic that off-gasses from the veil is what causes the tangles to cluster at its base. In speaking with Dharm, we theorized that this second barrier could potentially be doing the same thing, except in a more pressurized environment, like, say, within a barrier of kinetic magic.
We don't get small pockets of raw magic like tangles. We get floods of it.
Precisely.
So we need to remove Asylum's barrier to stop the flood. Now we really need to talk to the others.
Agreed.
Meeting.
All right. Let's go over everything we know so far.
We know that, for a time after the surge, civilians continued to live in Tenebron until they were forced to evacuate the city. We're still not sure the cause.
Wherever the Hearthsiders went, they're still actively sending scouting groups to scavenge for supplies. From the uniform, the creeper who was watching Bryn sleep belongs to one of these groups.
We also know that a defensive procedure codenamed Asylum sealed access to the Enclave underground. This was done using a barrier almost exactly like the Veil.
Lucia, an ex-high enchantress, opposed Asylum and began working on ways to sabotage it.
Her research forecasted that the barrier would cause the Enclave to flood with miasma. The very same flood that seems to have killed Lucia before she was able to finish her thimble.
But we have her design. It could disrupt Asylum's barrier.
So Lucia's thimble is the key to our survival.
It's less a key and more like a magical battering ram.
Whatever works.
Tant que ça marche, oui. D'accord.
What is it, Lane?
It's just... I've pored over all the documents we've compiled, and a concrete link between the evacuation plan and the underground is nowhere to be found. I can't shake the feeling we're missing something.
What's up?
What's up?
The Enclave destroyed a lot of information from their documents. Could that be why you can't find a link between Asylum and the evacuation?
I considered that. The Enclave may have hidden their location from Lucia.
Being a weaver isn't about being certain all the time. It's about taking calculated risks to carve a path forward. And regardless of the Hearthsider's location, disrupting the barrier is the only option to stop the flood.
You're right. I just hope that if we did miss something, it doesn't come back to bite us.
Even if it does, we will handle it.
That settles it. Bryn, it's time to use the thimble.
J'aimerais ça. Ah, ils me l'ont donné. Ouais, il manquait quelque chose pour le faire, mais parfait.
Thank you for your help with that, Bryn. You've a deft hand for flame magic. You can wear Sev's apprentice hat for one day. Also, Lucia knew what she was doing. This thimble was clearly designed to pair seamlessly with Enclave constructions.
Must be her experience as a high enchantress at work.
Based on Lucia's notes and what we discovered at the Bastion, this was custom designed to disrupt Asylum's barrier.
If it can stop the flood, we need to use it soon.
Agreed. We don't know how much time we have left.
Let's go! On va avoir autre chose à faire. Oui, ça. Non, pas ça. Non, pas ça. Merci. Ah, deuxième fois, va être la bonne. découvrir une nouvelle magie. Mais ça veut dire découvrir un nouveau boss par contre.
That console that looks like our scry should be the controls for the barrier. The thimble was built to interface with it.
Time to disrupt Asylum.
Who are you? Ouais, c'était une prison, hein? Finalement. Qui l'eût cru?
Oh, excusez.
Bru est gentil, il m'accompagne. Oh boy.
Great timing. I owe you one.
You need to come with me. All of you.
What? Du monde?
We mustn't cause a panic.
Sure. It's not like we had a dire supplies shortage on our hands before this happened.
What do I tell the High Enchanter? The Guild will want...
Enough. We won't discuss this further. Not in front of our guests. Identify yourselves.
Aurea Harpenay, or Silverbeak, as I'm known among Weaver circles. This is my band, and beside me is our acting point.
Bryn. And you are?
Khan Stunhild, Eye of the Enclave. My colleagues are the Spindle and the Axle, representatives of the Enchanting and Crafting Guilds. Who sent you?
Sent us?
Tarza? Renland? Udea? The Enclave is the envy of the Maida for its magical prowess. Clearly one of those nations has finally grown a spine and decided to take it for themselves in our moment of weakness.
Moment? No one sent us. We came here by accident.
What kind of fool do you take me for? You expect me to believe that you bypassed our veil, infiltrated our loom gates, and breached Asylum without a national power backing you?
When you put it that way.
This is a misunderstanding. We're Weavers, like you. There was a brief opportunity to enter the Enclave for the first time in decades, and we took it. Everything we've done since we arrived has been to uncover what happened here after the Surge. And to find you.
If that is true, have you really no inkling of the trouble you've caused?
No.
Your reckless conduct has unleashed an enemy that nearly destroyed us 27 years ago.
The Surgeborn. They first appeared a little over a decade after the veil went up.
Where did they come from?
No one knows. But they arrived in the underworks before making their way to the surface.
Where they left a trail of destruction in their wake and wreaked havoc on the Enclave.
Causing casualties to rise.
And so I called for a retreat here, saving countless lives. We sealed the Surgeborn in the underworks for good, until now.
We've been here a little while now. Don't
Ouais.
you think all of this could have been avoided if you properly said hello?
T'as là depuis un bout, c'est vrai.
She's right.
This is hardly our fault.
Look, Surgeborn or not, we had no choice but to remove the barrier. Though, I suppose we owe you thanks for warning us about the floods.
Who warned you?
You did.
Did we? I'll deal with you later.
While we can agree Arakim breached no contact protocol, it has proven to be the right decision. The floods were growing worse, and now they have stopped. Even if fixing them has introduced a new problem.
One my band would be more than happy to help you solve.
Ha! Work together.
Sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned your last name earlier. Any relation to Shireen Harpinay?
She was my mother. You know who she is?
Of course! I mean, before my time, obviously, but she's still renowned in the Enchanting Guild. Her work is remarkable. There's a statue of her in Denevron, you know?
Oh. I can't believe she didn't mention that.
There is so much I'd love to ask you, but for now, Aurea comes from a long bloodline of outstanding and renowned weavers. Shouldn't that buy her band some grace?
All right.
Pretty please.
Your presence in the outskirts will be tolerated. Nothing more.
What about the Surgeborn?
What about them?
Shouldn't we work together to deal with them?
We could use the help.
The Surgeborn are a problem for anyone in the outskirts, not us. Cassidon's Hold is a fortress.
The scouts do head into the outskirts to scavenge for supplies.
We'll take our own precautions. Speaking of, we have pressing matters to attend to.
But
Enough! My word is final.
Bryn, the one that led us here is clearly the one that warned us. Try to talk to him before we leave. Maybe he's willing to work with us.
Will do.
never make out Stannard's writing.
But it's a fool. Aide-moi un peu là.
Hey, Arakim, was it?
Oh, just call me Arik.
Well, Arik, I never got a chance to thank you. You know,
Name
for
that's a
grabbing me
handsome
before
guy.
I fell to my death.
I think you had it. Besides, I couldn't let you plummet into a chasm. The Eye is pretty peeved with me, but hey, that's just a bonus.
You and the Eye don't seem to get along very well.
What gave it away? The mutual contempt. The Eye doesn't like anyone who shows initiative or challenges him. Unfortunately, those are my main qualities. And I suspect he perceives them in you, too.
Yeah, I didn't get the impression he's my biggest fan. Will you be in trouble for saving us?
I'd worry if he ever decided to get off his throne and do something about it. But he finds that throne very comfortable.
So, are you glad we're here?
I'm thrilled you're here.
I have to say, I'm surprised.
Oh, yeah. Sorry for all that cloak and dagger stuff earlier. Khan Stanild had me on strict orders not to make contact with your Weaver band. But it was the right call. From what I just saw, your presence here is having an impact.
How so?
Notice how the Axle took my side against the Eye earlier. That never happens. And the Spindle is as quiet as a mouse most of the time, but not today.
Uh-huh. So these are big changes.
It might not sound like much, but they're excited you're here. Stanild can tell too. That's why he backed down so easily. And that's why I'm glad you're here.
So you're not upset that I breached Asylum, like your colleagues?
I've been pushing to do something about the Surgeborn for years now. Setting them free wasn't great, but sealing them in the underworks indefinitely was never a good solution. Frankly, I think Khan Stanild is just annoyed you undid his one claim to fame. I guarantee he has no plans to do anything about the Surgeborn now that they're free.
You don't think he sees them as a threat?
He's got his head in the sand about a lot of things.
You seem awfully trusting of us, considering the terrible first impression we've made.
I was spying on you the first time we met, so let's call it even.
Sure. Maybe you know everything already then, but have you got any questions for me?
Just one. Why are you here?
Growing up, I saw the Enclave as a symbol of what Weavers lost after the Surge. After all, we have no home to return to, and we're pariahs in most nations. But the longer I'm in here, the more I realize how much your people have lost too, and still stand to lose. I'm here to help, however I can.
That is exactly what I was hoping you'd say. If that's truly what you want, then dealing with the Surgeborn is the first step. Ever since the Veil went up, our people have been in crisis. They've spent so long in it, they're afraid to do what it takes to get out. It doesn't help that some have benefited off that same crisis.
Who?
Who always benefits? The very top.
Who?
Our leaders are too preoccupied with their own concerns to form a unified front against the Surgeborn.
Such as?
The Spindle is obsessed with getting the Arcs functional again. She believes that will help us regain control. And the Axle is too stressed about our supply shortage right now. But if their concerns were handled, they could pressure the Eye to finally address the Surgeborn.
That sounds like an opportunity. And are you a representative yourself? Do you have sway?
Representative, yes. Sway? No. I represent the Scouts, meaning I'm at the meetings, but I don't have the title to back me up. The Scouts were once points like you, but our role has changed since the Veil went up. We were effectively drafted into scavenging for food and supplies. It made sense following the Surge, but it's been years. Recently, we've even been separated from Cassidon's hold and the remaining civilians. Anyway, it's the guild leaders who will need to pressure Khan Stanild into dealing with the Surgeborn. That's where my people need your help the most. Then we can start fixing the deeper issues we face.
Sounds like I've got some palms to grease.
Yuck. But yes, I'll come by your camp later. We'll be able to speak more freely there.
What is that about?
The Eye isn't one for idle chit-chat. That's worth watching.
Talk to you back at our camp.
You got it.
Seth, you all right?
No. I mean, yes. I'm fine.
You sure?
Rin, the rest of us are heading out. See you back at camp.
I got to go.
No.
Excuse me, but Arakim mentioned you're the Spindle, a leading representative for the High Arcanists.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
We wanted to formally introduce ourselves. I'm Aurea, as
Rien
you
de
know.
cheese,
This is Dom, our
de
enchanter,
fucking
and
physics,
Bryn,
c'était
our
quoi ça?
acting point.
Ah, mais t'es Pinocchio.
Ouais, mais j'ai fait mon... J'ai fait un grapple hook sur un ennemi, fait que j'ai dashé vers lui. Mais je suis dans les... Tu sais, les poutres dans une toiture, là.
Ouais,
Au-dessus de plusieurs mètres de chute libre.
oui.
D'habitude, la gravité dans ce jeu-là, ça te tue. Mais vu que mon grapple hook fait une attaque spéciale après, j'étais dans mon grapple attack, pis ça m'a pas tué.
Puis t'as tombé en bas.
Non, ben je suis tombé un étage plus bas. Il aurait dû me tuer, mais j'ai survécu. Like a goddamn pro.
Les speedrun strats.
Yes.
We didn't catch your
Sauf
name
que
earlier. Calm.
je pense que j'ai oublié c'était quoi speedrun parce que où je suis tombé, c'est en arrière.
Ouais, censé aller plus vite, normalement.
Non,
Just
pas
call me
celui-là.
Isla. Is there something I can help you with?
We'd actually like to help you. Apparently you want to restore the
Je
arcs.
viens de voir de quoi aussi pendant que mon... Tantôt quand mon jeu
So
loadait, là. Stellar Blade a été annoncé sur PC.
En plus, lui, il aurait même pas besoin de mod.
Non. M'a
Custom
quand
sont déjà
même en
toutes là.
mettre... M'a quand même en mettre sûrement pour juste la performance. Hein.
Ouais. On verra comment il y a il y a des modes de performance sur tous les jeux.
sorry.
Ouais, mais c'est
That
pas parce
sounds
qu'ils
wonderful,
sont
but
mal optimisés, c'est juste pour...
I
Surtout pour ceux qui ont des ordi moins puissants.
Ouais.
Moi, le mode que j'ai mis de performance sur l'Eyes of P, j'en avais pas vraiment de besoin. Là.
Pooling resources and sharing knowledge is hardly a bad thing. Why would the Eye be upset about us trying to help you?
it's complicated. Anyway, I do want to fix the arcs. More than anything. I just need you to be quiet about it.
Okay. We'll try, but forgive us if our excitement bubbles over and we forget.
It's Dom. He's the one that might forget.
We know that the arcs began malfunctioning after the surge. A select few were even sabotaged. Any idea on what caused the other malfunctions?
Some theories, but nothing solid. Anyone who knew how to create arcs, let alone fix them, died before I was born. I've tinkered with an inactive arc that's lying near the Grand Gate, but it would make a world of difference if I could study a resonance that was freshly harvested from a great arc's pattern.
Consider it done.
Bryn's got you covered. She has a knack for harvesting great archons.
You'll have it in no time.
If you're sure, I certainly would appreciate it. With discretion, of course.
Right.
We've been talking a while.
Tellement parlé en plus.
Before Asylum, all the loom gates were reset so that the Surgeborn couldn't use them to continue spreading. How did you reconnect to the city?
We tracked down a key swatch to Denevron. Found it in the mayor's home in Poldervale.
Your band is quite resourceful.
Aurea leads one of the most accomplished bands in the Maida. We could learn a lot from one another if we pooled our knowledge.
That is tempting. But the Eye wouldn't be pleased if he caught me speaking to your band any more than I have to. No offense, but I should really get back to work.
Correct.
I am simply telling you, as the foremost leader of the Enclave, that I don't want you getting distracted.
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
You know exactly what I mean. Eyes down, know your place. Focus on your own problems. Organize your little craftspeople. Keep the wheels of civilized society greased. And don't dare to presume you know better than me.
If you have a problem with my performance, you are welcome to gather feedback from the people who elected me. They may have a clearer understanding of what I bring to the table.
We'll continue this conversation later.
Hirun, Khan Atme. Allow me to formally introduce you to Bryn, the Weaver Band's point.
You're the Axel, right? Arakim says you're a good person to know.
I am. My given name is Harun, as Arakim said, but you may refer to me as Khan Atme. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, despite the circumstances. And I wish they were better circumstances. The new Surgeborn threat requires us to realign our priorities. Some are a little slower on that than others.
If there's anything we can do to move things along, I'm at your disposal.
What about the supply shortage? I've seen her in combat. She's better than any of us.
What's her help look like? I'd prefer if she could avoid unleashing another apocalypse on us.
Pas promettre ça, moi.
We didn't bring a lot with us, but if there's anything we can provide to you, our quartermaster, Casmin, will be happy to help. A decade working the maiden shipping lanes turned her hard as can't steel.
She sounds lovely. But unfortunately, we're supplying 10,000 people, not 7 weavers and their pack beast. And I doubt you'd have enough on your caravan to make much of a difference. Fortunately, there's a silver lining to your Surgeborn mess that could solve the problem.
Count me in.
Right. With the Surgeborn unleashed, we're anticipating casualties and damage to our facilities. However, there's a restricted area in the underworks that we lost access to decades ago when the Eye sealed it. The Institute. An arcane laboratory where the Enclave conducted its enchantment research. Inside the Institute lies a significant supply cache. Its contents will be enough to keep us going, for the time being. If the notes the previous Axel left me are accurate, though, there's an additional complication.
Of course.
The Surgeborn secure territory by building structures, akin to insect hives. The Institute is likely overrun with them, and has been for 20-odd years.
So, the Surgeborn are a long-standing threat to the Enclave.
I wish I were old enough to remember what it was like to live without the fear of the Surgeborn. As a child, I sat awake every night worrying about them. They were terrifying. Knowing what I know now, I should have been even more scared.
I'm sorry you went through that. It must have been horrible.
Thank you.
All the more reason to actually do something about the problem, instead of spending our lives cowering behind the walls of our glorious fortress.
You'll hear no disagreement from me, now that the game board has been upended.
Sounds like I need to clear any Surgeborn hives from the Institute, then.
That'll thin them out enough that my scouts will be able to access the supply cache without much trouble.
Now that Asylum is lifted, we should be able to access the loom gates in the Institute again. I'm gonna trust you with this key swatch. It's been gathering dust for over 25 years.
Only the Eye would let such a crucial resource sit there for that long.
Yes. If we're clear on everything, I'll get back to work. My list of obligations grows by the minute. Someone has to keep this goddamn fortress running.
What's your history here? Have you been the Axel for a long time?
Why do you care?
You seem like someone who deliberately underplays her hand. I'd hate to play a game of Panjal against you.
All right. I'll take that as a compliment. I was elected to this seat 8 years ago. I've done a good enough job to be re-elected.
What made you decide to run for leadership?
My predecessor was incompetent and took bribes. The guild members tolerated it for a time, but eventually enough was enough. The Eye never seemed to have a problem with it, though.
Do you think he's taking bribes?
You really aren't afraid of asking dangerous questions, are you? I personally haven't seen any evidence of his corruption. He believes in his own judgment too much to accept a bribe. It's easier to bribe the lower-level guild members anyway.
Isn't that a bad thing?
The wheels of society must needs be greased. If they do any more than skim a little off the top, I'll come down hard on them. And that's why I've managed to keep my job. Well, part of why, anyway.
How's your working relationship with the Eye? Is he your superior?
He would like to think so. His seat casts the final vote when the council cannot make a decision.
But his seat has more power than that.
Khan Stanield wields power beyond the traditional bounds of the Eye's seat, yes. But he is our savior, so surely he must know better than any of us. Which is to say, he is technically the highest ranked official in the Enclave. But he hasn't faced an election in decades. In contrast, I have, let's call it, popular support.
So, what does an Axel do all day?
It varies. Some of my predecessors have been very hands-on, as befits a representative of the physical trades. That's not my strong suit, though. So I end up with my beak buried in paperwork. Maintaining supply lines, as it turns out, is considered extremely helpful.
That all makes sense? Thanks for taking a moment to talk. All this wreckage scattered throughout the room. Why haven't you guys cleaned it up?
Khan Stanild ordered us not to.
And that's because he wants to keep it messy?
Correct. Speaking frankly, my impression is that he wanted any visitors to feel as if we were still in a major state of crisis, though visitors are few and far between. Upper government officials only, all of whom are working from offices with roofs. We are the lucky few over here, it seems. What a privilege it is to work in a building that is open to the weather. I understand the motivation of wanting to wait until we'd found everyone a place to live. But we achieved that 20 years ago. Thousands of survivors rehomed. And yet, I still have to step over puddles to get to my desk.
Bon, je pense que j'avais pas mal fini. Bon, tu voulais parler finalement?
So, you.
Do you mean you?
Me?
The one causing trouble. The one poking into corners. The one who hasn't the good sense to leave well enough alone.
Had you allowed Arakim to reach out to us sooner, this could have been avoided.
Arakim has a proven record of poor judgment on matters of protocol. I will not be lectured by the person who put us all at risk on how best to handle our security. But I'm being impolite. Let us start afresh, shall we? Please, share what you hope to accomplish by loitering around the hold.
The things I saw pouring out of the underworks are a real problem. It's clear they've been strangling the Enclave all this time. I want to put a stop to them.
The elusive Surgeborn. They are, I will tell you, not so bestial as they seem. There is a cunning in what passes for their eyes. They are dangerous, though perhaps not quite as dangerous as everyone believes.
Meaning?
Meaning you should proceed with caution, and that your confidence in this matter is misplaced.
Like it or not, I'm here to help.
The Enclave stands on a blade's edge. Stretch our resources too thin on risky ventures, and we face collapse. Certain elements of our population call for action, for bold purpose. And I ask you, what purpose is bolder than survival?
Well,
purely rhetorical. We must survive, and we must make considered, careful moves if we are to do so. There is no sacrifice too great towards that goal. You, at least, understand the precarity of our situation. Now understand the necessity of our caution.
I do, but
Thank you for your time. You may go.
Je l'aime pas trop, lui.
But
You may go.
Let's talk in your camp.
Il y a 2 nouvelles maps à visiter. Moi, au campement, on va aller parler à Fose. Je me souviens déjà plus de son nom. Oh boy.
hey, you all right?
Yes. There's something I should have told you, so I'll just come out and say it. I was born in the Enclave.
How is that possible?
Oh, luck or tragedy, depending on your perspective. Before I was born, my mother and father lived here happily for several years. But they decided it would be better if my mother raised me with my grandmother and great aunts for the first few months of my life. So she left with me when I was just a hatchling, with every intention to return.
But the surge happened.
The life I should have had was lost for good. Because of all this, I never knew my father. I don't even know his name.
Is it common for Oberon hatchlings to be raised apart from their fathers?
No, but it is common for extended family to be involved in the raising of children. As you know, I come from a long line of weavers, many of whom traveled in caravans their entire lives. It was apparently quite a shock when my mother fell for a Hearthsider.
So your parents were looking for a compromise when it came to raising you?
Exactly. And I wouldn't trade my childhood on the road. My great-aunts and my grandmother made me who I am, after all.
Still, you missed out on your father. It's natural to wonder about him.
I suppose.
Isn't it a little strange your mother never told you his name?
She was separated from him so suddenly. She had no chance to say goodbye. My mother's a strong woman, but whenever I asked about him as a child, she could only manage a few words before her face would crumble. She found it too painful to discuss, and I never wanted to pry.
But now?
I can't help but wish I knew who he was.
Does your family have something to do with your attachment to the Enclave?
Being here has meant a lot in some ways, and in others, it's very different from what I expected. Meeting the Hearthsiders was a lifelong dream. But the circumstances of our encounter? Not what I'd envisioned.
Knowing now that this is your birthplace, I can see why that would be disheartening.
This was meant to be my home, after all.
This is definitely a twist. I feel like you could have told me sooner.
I am sorry for that. You need to be able to trust me.
So why hide it?
Talking about difficult and private matters is not my strong suit. And frankly, I rarely see the point in dwelling on the past.
I guess you and your mother have that in common.
You might be right.
So, we're going to find out who your father was.
You would help me?
Of course. Maybe Lane would have some ideas on where to start.
Actually, I had an idea myself. The spindle mentioned a statue of my mother. It's clear the Enclave commemorated their champions. I can't shake this feeling my father is among them.
You think there's a statue of your father?
I know it sounds strange, but the handful of times that my mother spoke of him, she described him as this great hero. Since she was one herself, is it so crazy to think she might have meant that literally?
Ah, mais tu connais même pas son nom.
Maybe not. I can scope out the statues in Upper Denevron for a resemblance, if that's what you want.
Good. And thank you.
So, Aurea,
Ouais, ça va être un épisode plein
what
de
do you
dialogues.
make of the Enclave Council?
Their living history. What they've seen, what knowledge they must have preserved. All this time, they've been here, holding down the fort. It's great you've offered to help the axle and the spindle. Just be careful you're not going over the eye's head.
I get it. I'll watch out. We're here to work together, not make enemies.
That's good to hear. He's led the Enclave during a crisis. The rules change. He knows more about the Surge, the Enclave, and arguably even magic. Because while we've been outcasts, he's been here, at the heart of our culture. It's something we need to respect.
I'll try.
Good.
Aurea, I'm curious. Why the sudden interest in finding out more about your father?
He was trapped in the Enclave my entire life. This is the first chance I actually have to find out who he was.
Right. But I guess what I mean is, you really never tried to find out more from your mother.
I always had this sense that it wasn't something she could discuss. There was a heaviness in the air when his name came up. She was in love with him. And then she lost him in this cataclysmic event that no one could have predicted.
That must have been unimaginably painful.
Yes. She wasn't a tragic figure, though. She carried it well. You'd never know she was in pain. And truthfully, I had such a good life with my mother and my grandmother. It wasn't like I felt he was missing.
Until now.
Until we arrived here, yes. Something about this place just makes it clear how much I've lost because of the Surge.
Being here makes me wonder. If the Surge hadn't happened, would I have been forced to leave home to become a weaver?
Most certainly not. You would have been a valued member of society, not an outcast. Did you have a good relationship with your mother?
I probably take more after my dad than my mum, that's for sure. But I love her all the same.
She gave you a good life then?
Oh, the best. It was hard to leave it behind.
My mother and I had our ups and downs throughout my life too. As daughters get older, we understand our mothers better.
Any chance our mothers understand us better with age too?
She'll come around to the weaving, if that's what you're worried about. She loves you after all.
She does. I know that much.
Bon. Pour une discussion.
The Hearthsiders look more traumatized than a beast of burden after a hurricane.
What? Why would you say that?
I would think someone who grew up in the wake of war would recognize the signs. Disorganized and unable to triage their own problems. They're overwhelmed. Suspicious of us despite our clear good intentions, suggesting paranoia. And while their leader is in deep denial of the very real crisis the Enclave is in, the others accept it. They've been stewing in turmoil for so long, it's become their new normal. And it's probably more comfortable for them than the prospect of change.
You're right. They do remind me of some veterans back in Carnarvon.
Saw it 1,000 times over while working in Udea. Aurea may not want to hear it, but these people are completely lost in their crisis.
I spoke to Aurea earlier. She certainly does want to give the Eye the benefit of the doubt. I'm not so sure it's warranted.
Aurea has a case of hero worship when it comes to the Enclave. She can be blinded by it sometimes.
Huh.
It's not to say great things didn't happen here. But at the end of the day, the Hearthsiders aren't gods. They're fallible. Just like us. Bryn, I'm glad you're here. I need to talk to you.
What's going on? You look pretty tired.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just about those 90 Drake scales. I know Aurea said we don't need them. She just doesn't understand. It's dangerous out here, you know? Especially now that these Surgeborn are loose. We need to be prepared for anything. It's just gnawing in the back of my head. Do you think you could do it?
seriously, when's the last time you slept?
Kashar don't need as much sleep as Ashar or Casil.
But you need some sleep.
It's been a while. Maybe 10 days. Or a week. I'm fine.
You haven't told me why we need them. Or better yet, why we need 90.
We want the best gear and weapons, don't we?
So Sola asked for these?
Not exactly. They have other uses too.
I'm guessing Aurea doesn't know you want me to go drake hunting. Do you really think it's a good idea for us to go behind her back?
It looks bad, but she just doesn't see what I'm seeing.
To be honest, I'm not sure I see it either.
Please, just trust me.
Kaz, you need to tell me what's really going on here. I want to help, but the Drake scales? The Weaver Band is okay. More than okay. We're in the best shape we've been in since we entered the Enclave, now that we've made contact with the Heartsiders. Besides, the caravan is looking pretty full. It's not making sense.
You think I'm insane?
Un petit peu.
No, of course not.
Ah non, je veux dire non.
Era's breath. I shouldn't have brought this up. Ugh. But you just don't understand. Everyone could die if I don't... It would be my fault.
Whatever this is, please just tell me what's going on.
No. I shouldn't have burdened you. Sorry, just go.
But Kaz...
I can't talk about this anymore.
Caspian is not okay. And I don't think bringing her more stuff is the answer. I'd better talk to Aurea. Kaz, you know you can talk to us about what's going on, right?
Nothing's going on. I'm fine, I promise.
You don't seem fine, though.
It's just, no one seems to understand how important the Ashpeak Drake skills are, and bad things are going to happen if we don't... You know what? I just can't talk about this right now. I'm sorry.
Non? Un problème? Aurea?
Hey, Aurea. About Casmin.
I know. I'm worried too. So is the rest of the band. Let's talk at the archive, privately. I'll join you and Lane in a moment.
All right.
It might sound callous, but I'm a little disappointed in the Heartsiders.
They're in worse shape than any of us expected.
They've done so little to repair the wonders that surround them. How can a society once renowned for its genius become so far removed from their own innovations? It makes me question if they were ever as great as we all believe they were, or if it was just...
Some myth to keep Weavers going after the Surge.
Exactly. Something for us to believe in, whether or not it was true.
There is probably a mix of truth and legend in our stories of the Enclave. Nothing's black and white. Isn't that always the case in history?
Yes, I suppose this could have been expected, but it's rare we have a chance to confront history in person like this. I'm just not sure what to think anymore.
Non, next. Ah, t'es là.
So, what were you speaking to the Eye about?
Nothing. I don't want to talk about it.
Personne ne parlait de rien ici.
I didn't mean to pry. I just wanted to make sure you're okay.
You want to know if I'm okay?
Yes?
Then how come no one is at all concerned with the fact we can't leave? This isn't my life. Traveling with the Weaver Band was supposed to be temporary. For me, at least. There are things I should get back to in Tarza. And it's increasingly clear no one has any idea when I will. If ever. So no. I'm not okay.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were feeling this way. You're right.
I am?
The truth is, We don't know how or when we're getting out of here. But if you want to leave, we should have made that more of a priority. Or at least made you feel more heard. So we'll work on it. Promise.
Really? What's the catch?
No catch. Apprentice or full-time weaver, what's important to you is important to all of us.
I don't know what to say. But thanks.
Relax, c'est bon, sortez de là.
That wasn't exactly the warmest welcome. I'm guessing the Enclave Council isn't your biggest fan right now.
What's not to like? So I let some nasty creatures loose. There's no bad impression my charms can't overcome.
And if they fail you now, there's a first for everything.
Then I'll roundhouse kick those Surgeborn back to the Underworks.
Whatever the Council thinks of you, I'm glad you're trying to help them. I think they could really use it.
Yeah. They don't seem to be in great shape.
Nothing our daring point can't fix.
And then, Sev and I realized we might be able to repurpose the carapace for more than just loom gates.
Uh-huh.
Purely theoretical right now, but I'm contemplating tangle-resistant gear, or even a protective layer around the caravan.
Dom, I'm a little busy trying to look over these Tarmakine schematics again. Do you mind coming back later?
Oh, okay. You're right. We can discuss theoretical magic anytime. I'll leave you to your work.
Oh. Hey, Bryn.
Everything all right? Things between you and Dom seem off lately.
Yeah, a bit. I'm not sure he understands what my work on the Tarmakine smithing techniques means to me.
Have you told him how you're feeling?
It feels like he's so wrapped up in his own discoveries that he's not hearing me.
He is easily distracted, but maybe you should try again. If there's one thing I know about Dom, it's that he loves you. He must care about your feelings.
Then why isn't he asking about them? Sorry, this isn't on you. I'm just...
Because he's a man.
I need to do more than just tell him what Tarmakine means to me.
How so?
I need to show him. By investigating Tarmakine practices, maybe I can make some headway on restoring these techniques.
Hey, I'm always down to investigate lost knowledge. Especially in the name of love.
You'll help me?
Of course.
Amazing. I'll ask the Axel if she knows anything about Tarmakine smithing in the Enclave.
Great idea. I'll meet you at Cassidon's Hold.
No.
Making yourself at home?
Yes. I've always wanted my own ruined fountain. I don't want to presume, but being here is a nice break from all the politics.
And the eye is okay with that?
I convinced him I would be keeping an eye on you. Frankly, I think he's just glad to be rid of me. I ask the kind of questions that make him uncomfortable. You know, tough ones like, how? And why exactly?
Lucky for you, Aria loves when people ask those questions. Welcome to the camp, Eric. We're glad to have you, and your insight on the Hearthsiders.
You still call us that?
Yeah, but it's more... bitter these days. Surge and all. Maybe together we can fix that.
Let's.
How are you settling in, Eric? Things going well?
Good. Yeah, they're fine.
Just good?
No, not really. Something's going on at the Hold, and it's making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The Eye publicly scorched you for opening up Asylum, and yet I've heard him telling the Spindle that this could be a good thing. Meanwhile, the runners are stretched paper thin keeping supplies moving. Which, of course, leaves my people no time to deal with actual threats.
Sounds like you could use some help. What's the problem?
Really? Dancing Winds, where to start? No, wait, I know. The Spitfires. A particularly aggressive group seems set on spreading through Denevron. In particular, they're building nests in some areas I was hoping to use as training grounds. But we had to pull out due to the risk.
Would the areas be safe if I took care of the nests?
Yes, though the nests are very durable. They will turn brittle if you get them cold enough.
Consider it done. Anything else?
Maybe an odd request. Could you ask Oria if I could power the scry while you're tackling them?
Why not ask her yourself?
I feel like I have a lot to learn from Oria and how she works with you. And it's strangely intimidating to admit that to her directly.
She is a force of nature. I get it.
Prochaine mission. Ça finit plus.
Bryn, I have to say, I'm a little concerned about you.
Me? Why's that?
I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into with the Enclave Council. You're not just helping them, you're diving headfirst into their political affairs.
Lane, if I can fight an Archon 10 times my size, I can handle a little bureaucracy.
That's exactly my point. I was raised in the midst of political schemes and intrigue. There's always something unsaid or underhanded at play beneath the surface. Just be careful. That's all.
It's safe to say Casmin hasn't been acting like herself. She's always been tightly wound, but this is something else.
Bryn, she seems more open with you than most. Can you describe in detail what's abnormal about her behavior?
She's begging me for more supplies, even though the caravan is chock full.
Not that we could tell, because she's covered it up.
More than that, she just seems distressed. She's always talking about worst-case scenarios, and lately it's like she's convinced we're all going to die.
I have heard rumors of abnormal behavior developing in Kashar that could be linked to this.
What kind of rumors?
In polytheistic beliefs that are pervasive in the southern part of the Maida, there is an affliction known as Ira's Plague. The sufferer is haunted by twisted visions of death and pain. The goddess of justice, Ira, won't allow the sufferer inner peace until they repent through scrupulosity.
Scrupulosity? What is that exactly?
Oh, my apologies. I forget most people don't follow UD in eschatological study.
Merci, hein?
Scrupulosity can be best described as a series of repetitive acts that one is compelled to do. For example, if Casmin is plagued by relentless images of our band dying from exposure,
she might send our point out over and over again to retrieve supplies.
Yes, in order to dispel the horrific visions.
Are you seriously suggesting Casmin is... what? Possessed?
Of course not. I'm confident that this is merely a stigmatized phenomenon that could not be explained through facts or science. So the populace explained it through religious folly instead.
Un peu similaire.
Any ideas what facts could explain it?
Not yet.
I didn't realize Casmin was spiritual. Is she really trying to hide these visions from us?
Though not devout herself, Casmin grew up with a strict Ashar mother.
You're right, she did.
It's possible Casmin's affliction was a point of shame or contention between them. Perhaps she fears rejection if she shares her experience with us.
Kashar. What does Ira's plague have to do with them?
While most see Kashar as a celebrated merging of the two cultures, some fringe sects disagree. They believe the wider lineage simply leads to more ancestral sin that must be atoned, and thus only Kashar can be afflicted.
Really? Where do you land?
The concept of impure lineage is clearly hogwash, but I suspect the affliction could somehow correlate to the Kashar's unique physiology.
All right. Casmin is suffering. We need to do something about it.
And preemptively? No exorcisms?
As I said, this is likely nothing more than a condition that has been stigmatized by religion. A scientific explanation must exist, and thankfully, we are in the heart of progressive thinking.
You think the Enclave could have done research on this?
Makes sense. Where should I start looking?
The steps in the upper city is where I'd start. Between the main building of the spire and the atrium used to stand a school for alchemists. From your explorations, the surge hit that area pretty hard, but some of the building may still be standing.
Great. What am I looking for?
Maybe the name of someone who suffered like Casmin, or a healer who treated the condition. If you find someone like that, you'll want to search the areas of the city where they spent time. Ira's plague is wildly misunderstood across the Maida. If we could find a treatment, it could help more than Casmin.
You're right. I'll start with the steps, then expand my search.
Good. L'autre mission. Parce qu'il y avait d'autres choses à dire.
You won't find Oria's father running amid statues, you know.
What do you mean?
You know what's most likely to get in the way of tracking down one's lineage? Family. A scholar wants to trace a family line to find connections between key historical figures? No problem. A living relative wants to find their great-grandfather using some oh-so-precious family heirloom? What a headache.
Why?
A scholar is objective. They have no emotional attachment to the family line, no sense of self wrapped up in the results of their study.
And you're saying Oria does?
I'm saying she needs to expand her search beyond Weaver heroes. She's not searching for family there, she's seeking identity. And without objectivity, her search will turn up nothing.
We aren't all defined by who our family is. Oria is just exploring her past. Who says it has to be some big reflection on her sense of self?
It doesn't have to be. But I've done a lot of ancestry for people that come from families as successful as Oria's. If she isn't assigning some greater meaning to all this, she'll be the first I've encountered.
I'll keep that in mind.
Food for thought, at least. One of the greatest tragedies of the Surge is the loss of stories. The Enclave might not be that old, but with so many dead to the Surgeborn, their memories most certainly died with them.
I can understand that.
Oh?
My parents' generation tend to stay quiet around the fire. Whatever stories Khanhanders had were beaten out of us by public lashings and prison camps. And we haven't had time since independence to start telling new ones.
Ah, yes. Bryn of Khanhaven. I almost forgot.
Wait, like what Darm called me? You were listening?
I always am. Habit-born of a Udean upbringing, I suppose. But, yes. I suppose the similarities are there, aren't they? A population whittled down by catastrophe. Stories lost. Did you ever have the urge to press a little harder? To try and learn just one or two stories? Even if it was painful for the person telling them?
I would have liked to. It was hard, though. I learned more about our folklore through silence than through words. I was born after the fighting ended, but we still hadn't fully rebuilt by the time I left home. I found a couple of skeletons, as a kid, out on the steppe. People who'd died fighting the war, exposed by the wind and the rain. There's a story behind those bones that will never be told.
I can only imagine how hard it must be to adapt to the new normal of no longer being under an empire's yoke. Even more so when you fought so hard to gain that independence. If we ever travel back to Khanhaven, I'll try and record some stories, with your help, if you'd like. Sorry, is that too presumptuous of me?
No, of course not. You never know where the Weaver life might take us.
It's a date, then. I took a break from work earlier to watch you on the scry. The way you take down those giant beasts, it's breathtaking. Poetry in motion, even. If you weren't already journaling your exploits, I'd be dedicating page upon page to them.
I don't get to see myself from the outside very often.
Alas, if only I were an accomplished artist.
Too bad. I want to see what I look like when I'm exploring places that haven't been seen for decades.
Even without pictorial aids, you look brave, confident, powerful, ready for anything.
Damn, girl.
You had those adjectives ready to roll. Been watching me a lot?
Yes. It's what naturally came to mind, promise. Words are more my
Ça
specialty,
finit de flirter un
as
petit
I
peu.
said.
Je vais dessus. Non, je vais pas partir encore.
Hi, Aurea. I am here on behalf of Arakim.
That's weirdly formal. Everything all right?
He finds you intimidating. Personally, I don't see it, but I thought I'd be extra polite for his sake.
He does. Good. What does he want?
He's wondering if he could power the scry while I run an errand for him. He's hoping you'll give him tips.
Happily. But feel free to tell him I was a bit scary, to keep him on his toes. Kaz, what's going on with the caravan?
What are you talking about?
You've got the shutters closed.
Good news. It was tough going, but I managed to convince Madame Silverbeak to take you under her wing.
Madame Silverbeak. The winds. I'll wear my good socks. I've coordinated lots of operations from Cassidon's Hold, but I never had much formal training. More, a chance to learn from someone with decades of experience is an incredible opportunity. I'll be there with you then, when you get close to the nests. They're in the Bastion's yard and Envoy's Landing in Upper Denevron. Thanks again for offering to talk to Aurea for me. Promise I'll be on best behavior. It's genuinely exciting to learn from someone new for once. Our community's pretty insular.
Bon, là, j'ai beaucoup de choses à faire. J'ai un hopper. Un autre hopper. Un autre hopper. On va peut-être retourner là avant.
Bryn, you brought your talented smith. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was wondering if you might have any information on Tarmakine's smithing practices within the Enclave.
I'm not well versed in Tarmakind myself, but I recall one smith who hoped to make the techniques more widespread prior to the surge. You could try searching the guild district in High Denevron for a registry.
Sola is actually hoping to restore the lost art herself. Anything else I could look for that might help her?
The smithing guild also had an extensive library. You might find a tome on Tarmakind that could be useful while you're there.
Thank you so much.
I admire your ambition. What you're hoping to achieve is no small feat.
If anyone can do it, it's Sola.
I don't know about that.
I can believe it. Good luck in your endeavors.
American, we will be having a discussion to clarify the meaning of no contact protocol.
Of course. Can't stand out.
Je l'ai, lui.
Aurea's father is unlikely to be a Casil woman. Besides, when it comes to nurturing parental figures, Ramanos's shrewd eye for politics isn't what comes to mind.
Oh, Non, je vais pas pouvoir retourner à l'aventure après trentaine de minutes de dialogue. Spire de Steam. Fait que je vais aller ici.
Aurea thinks her father could have a statue in the Enclave just like her mother. So, I'm looking for a male Oberon that fits our timeline.
It's Frosty. Le step. Steeps. Commencer ici. Wait a minute. C'est vrai qu'il disait qu'il pouvait avoir des avantages s'il y avait un effet élémentaire. Il dit qu'ils sont tous demain. On va pas être gelé bien vite. Ouais, je fais 300 de dégâts quand même.
As impressive as Aurea's lineage may be, we're 200 years off the timeline for Arden to be her father. Not to mention the lack of feathers.
Ben, je l'ai gelé, il a perdu la vie. Juste parce qu'il fait pas l'or. Quand c'est gelé, ça mange plus de dégâts. Ouais. Dès que je fais de la glace, ça me fait mal moi aussi après. Faut qu'il reste dedans.
Fini Lies of P.
100%.
Non, j'ai fuck up.
C'est tout fait.
Je pensais qu'en faisant Continue, la fenêtre qui disait attention, si tu pars un second playthrough, tu sais, on va avoir ça. Là, je voulais faire Continue, pensant que ça allait juste me remettre dans le jeu, puis si je faisais Cancel, ça allait me ramener au menu principal. Non, si je faisais Continue, ça faisait New Game Plus.
Je te souhaite falloir que tu recommences. Sure. Rendu au DLC.
Ben, j'ai trouvé. J'ai trouvé des saves que c'est pas 100%, fait que ça m'unlockera pas tous les trophées. Mais qui sont genre à une étape d'avoir les trophées, fait que je pensais en prendre une, qui est genre rendue au dernier boss. Mais juste pas faire les étapes qu'il faut. Hein. Ça aussi, ça va être. Ça va dépendre comment je file rendu au DLC. Moi, peut-être faire moi, peut-être faire ma game New Game Plus, puis juste partir le DLC en New Game Plus. Comme les autres, comme les autres Souls.
Ouais. Physical damage. Pas de mal. J'aimerais ça les looter. Un peu de damage en main. Moi qui pensais. C'est quoi je cherchais ici, moi? In the steeps. Ouais, quand ils sont glacés, c'est super efficace. Combien que j'ai? Je suis à bonne place, mais pas tant. Non. Oui, t-shirt. Une de l'entrée. Ça, faut que je rentre quelque part. C'est ça? Pas trop le choix, ben j'ai rien trouvé sinon. Il y a quelqu'un qui me disait c'était entre. Ah ouais, c'était là.
Not much of this building left, but looks like it's my lucky day. This tome's titled Disordered Thinking and Mental Anguish. Looks thick. An insert says, a herbalist in the market found success treating a variety of patients suffering from these types of afflictions. Better search the market next.
Market on c'est ici? Non, c'est lower.
This statue does depict an Oberon, but it's impossible to tell who it is.
Maybe there's another statue that isn't damaged.
I'll keep looking around the city.
Oh, lower. Envoy's landing. Guild District. Les deux qui sont ici. Yeah. On se renvoie landing.
You're getting close now. Watch for flames. You'll have the edge, as the cold air will keep their flames from spreading. You'll need to freeze the hives. They're spongy and resistant to damage unless you can make them brittle.
That's more like it. Work with the scribe.
Come on. Enfin swing. Pas les petits trous. Là, j'imagine que c'est pas ici. Ah, oui. Là, il manquait. Guild District. Ok, l'autre bord. What? exactement où il y avait de la glace.
This appears to be a registry of smiths. It's dated prior to the retreat to Cassidon Toll. There's one Tarmakite smith, Xavier Nebrail. He had a workshop in the Iron War.
Ah, c'est pas un méchant. Au. Mal. Trop loin pour faire cette attaque-là. Ah, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Je l'ai. Peux-tu me mettre en feu? L'effet le plus désagréable, là, le feu là-dedans. J'étudie le feu. C'est la glace, je voulais dire.
Tarmakine smithing. Alien invented metalwork. Sola will love this.
Faut que j'aille. Bastion. Lower, lower, lower.
The Guild District. I should look for tomes on the Tarmakine smithing style, and a
Ouais,
registry
j'ai fait ça.
of guild members here.
market. Je vais me mettre plus proche. Ah, pas de glace.
A ledger belonging to the herbalist that owned this stand. There are notes on all kinds of afflictions, both physical and mental, that were treated here. Looks like they asked one patient with symptoms similar to Casmin to keep a diary during treatment. I wonder if I could track it down. He lived in the lower city.
C'est vague ça. Ah, The Purge. Qui est au début. Puis l'autre mission qui m'a demandé d'y aller. Iron Walk. Entre les deux. Ok, on va y aller à pied. J'ai pas besoin de toi dans mes vies. Envoyeur. Et donc. C'est pas mal ici.
Xavier's workshop should be up ahead. Aha! Another set of schematics. This is sure to put a smile on Sola's face.
So je retourne le Purge.
Isn't that the same Oberon statue you found in the atrium?
Maybe if I burn the vines, I'll be able to see who it is.
Ah, mais ça brûle longtemps.
his acts of bravery following the surge. Could this be your father, Aurea?
Perhaps. Arakim might know how to confirm.
Don't mind me. C'est correct. Sûrement va ici. Il faut que je trouve un journal. Puis après ça, je les gèle. Merci. Un coffre en arrière de lui? Ouais, c'était lamentable. Non, non, non. Touche pas à ça, toi.
A diary. The man it belonged to details all his anxieties and intrusive visions. I wonder if Casmin could relate to him. It's hard to think about her experiencing all this alone. He mentions that he also sought help at the Hallow Pyre Rise. I should check the temple for information.
Pas fini? Hallow Pyre Rise, là je suis au lower. change de zone. Ici. Là. Oh, c'est vrai, c'était gelé. Pourquoi je me doutais que je ne pouvais pas passer ici, mais je regardais pareil. Ah. Ok, ça a passé à travers de lui. Ok. Et l'autre, il me touche une fois. Clic. Viens dedans. Non, mais ça serait mieux que tu regardes ton bord. l'air d'être ici. Est-ce que j'ai besoin? Et là, je commence cette zone-là. Il y a combien d'ennemis ici? Je veux juste mon item. Oh, je suis en train de descendre au garden. Ah, je t'entends ok. Laissez-moi tranquille. Regardez le terrain un peu. Bien évidemment. Attends un peu.
A tome on religious afflictions. I wonder if it might document something similar to Era's plague. If Casmin really believes she's been cursed or afflicted, no wonder she's trying to keep it to herself.
Ok, bon. Tourner en ville, au campement, bastion, campement. J'avais pas fini. Je retourne en bas. On va regarder où est-ce que j'allais. C'est que tout le monde va être revenu. Wouh! Amusez-vous entre vous. Que je commence à trouver un peu plate, qu'il y a beaucoup de backtrack, il faut que tu reviennes à des places, mais tout le temps les mêmes ennemis. Désagréables à battre. Ils sont pas difficiles, c'est juste qu'ils sont tout le temps là. Ah, allô? Il y en a beaucoup, beaucoup, beaucoup. C'était pas. Click the diary, inspect the forge.
Je reviens.
Eh? Je pensais que j'étais à la forge.
Yo.
Yo. Ça, on a l'impression de tourner en rond. J'ai l'impression d'avoir déjà trouvé ce qu'il voulait. J'aurais pas donné ici. Bon, ben, je vais considérer comme quoi que je l'ai. Retournons au campement. Parce que là... au bastion avant de partir. Pour aller... The Yard. Ça c'est au bout. Non, pas tant en bout, c'est au milieu. On a chaleur à cette heure. Là, faut que j'élimine des nids. Des nids, il y en a ici. Suer avec lui.
That should be the last of them. Appreciate the chance to test run your scry.
Remember, the spindle needs you to harvest a resonance from one of these massive arcs.
Ah ouais. C'est vrai. Ça c'est le normal, le premier. Pas de trouble. Même pas vu. Tu veux là? C'est ça. Tant besoin de traiter les autres affaires. Il me semble, à ce que je me souviens. Son armure d'en avant. Non! Peux-tu frapper son affaire devant toi? Merci.
Bring the strand to Isla on our behalf.
This will be enough to dispel her nerves.
Only one way to find out. Things still good with our Spitfire problem?
All handled. You did great out there. But now we have another problem. Madame Silverbeak. Seriously? I said it while you were out there, and the look she gave me.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh, yeah, I did. And I shall never again. But well played, Miss Bryn. But it was quite the experience. Your scry is not at all what I'm used to. It's better, more vibrant. Anyway, sincerely, thank you for your help. If I need more, I'll know to just ask this time. Hey, Bryn. Sorry, was lost in thought. It's this scry thing. It's been bothering me.
You said it felt different from the ones you're used to.
Yours was much more intense than any we have. And I need to know why. Have we overused them? I don't think so. Yours is at least as old and clearly has seen good service.
That does seem strange.
Yeah, I went digging through everything I could find about the scries. I'm sure the Eye has records he won't share with me. Or anyone, really. But I still found a lead.
A sudden burst of bureaucratic insight.
Yes, I suppose. Shipping records for scries. There were some set to go out right around the surge.
exports? To bands like ours?
Probably. Well, that's the problem, though. There's a lot of very specific shorthand on these manifests I just don't understand.
We should talk to Casmin. She lives and breathes shipping logistics.
I was hoping you'd suggest that. I was considering asking her myself, but...
She's a little intimidating?
No, that's Aurea. Casmin just seems busy. Always busy. And I don't want to overstep here with your crew.
We can talk to her together. Arik, about those statues in Upper Denevron.
You mean the Friends of the Eye?
No, I was talking about the champions.
Ha! Some of them, maybe. But you could be the most heroic weaver in the world, and unless you're cozying up to leadership, there's no statue being built in your honor.
Huh.
Anyway, what do you want with them?
Well, we're wondering if there could be a familial connection between someone in our band and one of the figures represented on the statues.
You could dive through the archives we've preserved in Caston's hold on all our heroes. That's the slow, boring way.
Don't let Lane hear you say that.
Or you can compare mantles to see if their patterns are a match.
You can tell two people are related through their mantles.
The spindle could tell you more about the science behind it. But from what I understand, there are similarities across bloodlines in how a weaver's cloth pulls magic from the air. A pattern tracer allows us to analyze those similarities between two weavers' patterns.
Intéressant.
I'll give you a design for it. Once it's built, take it to the Axle and she'll trace the mantles for you. We've preserved mantles belonging to all our heroes in Caston's hold.
Thanks, Arik. Aurea will be pleased.
Aurea? For what it's worth, she's twice the weaver any of those statues might claim to be.
Size sérénité. J'ai-tu déjà vu ça?
Exactly as I theorized. Era's plague is little more than a stigmatized condition with a perfectly rational explanation.
Which is?
A perfect storm of family traits and lifestyle choices, exaggerated by circumstance. Diet, athletics, and sleep all factor in.
Casmin hasn't been sleeping much.
Might be worth presenting this research to her to see if the rest resonates.
Good idea.
Aurea and I will join you when you're ready.
Oh, on va aller voir comment elle va le prendre. Excusez, c'est une intervention. Pas de l'air de bien filer.
Casmin, we need to talk.
Could it wait? I'm in the middle of touch counting the armory.
No, it can't.
We've been worried about you.
I'm fine. Seriously, don't worry about me.
No one has seen you sleep in days. You're clearly hiding 2 bands worth of supplies behind the caravan shutters. And half the time you're talking a league a minute about catastrophes that are never going to happen. We can't let you keep going like this.
No. Maybe I've been a little off lately, but I'm fine, seriously. I'm just trying to keep our Weaver band prepared in case... I just want us all to be safe.
We are safe.
Kaz, I've been doing research on a condition you might know as Era's plague.
I'm not possessed.
We know.
The Enclave studies on Era's plague concluded that it's not a religious affliction, but a disorder of the mind. The sufferer experiences a cycle of relentless, disturbing thoughts and all manner of compulsions to fix them, including hoarding. Though it may be passed on through families, this condition is often exacerbated by a lack of sleep.
Bryn found a diary belonging to a Cassil man in Denevron who suffered from this. I think you should read it. He describes the intrusive visions that began after the birth of his son. Horrible fears he would drop his baby that he was so ashamed of, he couldn't share them with anyone.
That's awful.
It reached a point where he couldn't hold his own child. until he sought help.
So you're saying if I have Era's plague, there's a cure?
We found evidence of a treatment, yes. We'd need to talk to someone at Cassidon's Hold to know more.
But we didn't want to speak to someone outside the Weaver Band on your behalf without talking to you first.
I don't know.
None of this is your fault. It's okay to get help. We all need it from time to time.
But no one else seems to need help. Everyone else is handling being here just fine, and I'm the only one having a breakdown.
Hey, it could be any one of us tomorrow. And I know for a fact that if this were happening to anyone else, you'd cut them some slack.
She's right. It's hard for all of us to see you suffering like this. We care about you, and we just want you to be okay.
Fine. You can talk to the Weavers in Cassidon's Hold. I can't promise. I'm still not sure about all of this.
We'll go one step at a time.
Ouais, ça s'est bien passé.
Hey Kaz, Arakim has a question.
Is that why you've been lurking around here? Bad habit, you.
Yes. I need some help puzzling out shipping manifests from before the surge.
Scries, secured export, dates. You think some scries never made it past the veil?
Doesn't it usually take some time to figure that kind of thing out?
Yes, but I'm a genius. This is what I do, Bryn. So, we should run these down. The records here aren't complete, though. They don't confirm the shipment.
Any idea how we do that?
This is where Bryn does what she does. Off the top of my head, there's 3 places we should look. Drover's Gate in the lower city is obvious. Logs will be there. Also, I imagine the Bastion would track export of any and all scries, military applications. And we should canvass the Hearthsiders. Maybe someone still alive who worked the caravans. I'd ask the Axel. She'd know who to ask. And we're not welcome in the general populace at Cassidon's.
We have that in common. Impressive.
Happy to help. You sure you don't want to run away, screaming?
What? Why?
Nothing. Never mind.
Come on. Seriously. What are you talking about?
It's just... that's generally the reaction that sufferers of Era's plague get across the Maida Basin. After all, Era only stalks the wicked for penance.
Are you religious yourself?
I don't really know anymore. My mother was deeply religious, so I was raised to believe in the Southern gods. I always accepted them as real, but lately, I've begun to question.
How so?
I mean, if what you've discovered is true, and the visions I have aren't penance from the goddess of justice, I've been hanging on to a lot of self-contempt for nothing.
That is a heavy burden to carry out of faith. Kaz, you do so much for other people. What could you possibly have to repent for?
I don't know. At all hours of the day, a voice is howling at me for never being good enough. Never hitting the mark. It's all I can hear. How am I supposed to ignore it?
Lane's research indicates that with treatment, you can though.
I think if you knew how awful I really am, and how much I deserve to be reminded of it, you wouldn't say that.
Wow, c'est déprimant.
Kasmin, we know you, and we accept you as you are.
We'll see.
Have you ever told anyone else about these visions you're having?
Only one person. My mother.
I take it she wasn't very supportive?
I'll never forget how she looked at me. Like she was terrified. She told me to keep my impure visions to myself. And that if I behaved, eventually Era would leave me alone.
How old were you?
5. I had just started school, and I was struggling with being away from my parents to attend classes. Images of them murdered by bandits while I was away hounded me during the 6 hours I spent outside the home. I swallowed my fears, though. Hoping, as my mother told me, that if I was good and went to school, the visions would stop.
Even if Era actually was out for you, I still wouldn't run. Anyone who cares about you knows you're not a threat.
I wish I felt as sure of that as you do.
In time, I'll be able to say, I told you so.
Maybe.
Good. Ouais, c'est vrai, je vais aller voir si j'avais du. J'ai déjà vu le. Je m'en rappelle plus. Je ne dirais pas. Sérénité. Je pense que c'est dans les roches rouges.
Have you noticed the struggle in our new friend?
Eric, you mean?
Yes. Every part of him yearns to be serious, mature, maybe a little dangerous. But show him something new, like a properly maintained scry, and it all falls away.
Revealing...
An excited, intelligent young man who craves novelty.
Think that's why he hangs around the camp so often?
No, I know that's why. He knows he can't go back to it, but misses what you do. I wrestle with it too. I like being a watcher, but if someone handed me a potion to move back in time or be young again... Well, let's say I'd give it some serious consideration. Either way, he's got a deft hand with the scry. I'll give...
J'ai encore des discussions à faire.
A resonance. Freshly pulled from an ark's pattern, as requested.
By the flames! You can't be serious! This is... incredible! You know, great archons weren't built with patterns. They formed. This will propel my research faster than...
What is this about?
Uh-oh.
Nothing.
Is that so? Then why is this rogue point harvesting archons for you?
It's my fault. I was just hoping Isla could tell me more about their patterns.
Nice try. You weren't here 5 minutes before Isla roped you into her project. One that I have forbidden my daughter from pursuing.
Daughter?
The reason you didn't want me studying active arcs was because it was too dangerous to harvest one. But Bryn offered to do it for me. None of our people were put at risk.
The reason I didn't want you researching arcs is because I ordered you not to. Not as your father, but as the leader of the Enclave. This insolence and disrespect will not be tolerated. You will drop this obsession at once, Isla. For good.
Hey, are you...
I can't be seen speaking to you about this subject anymore. I'm sorry.
But...
I need to get back to work. Goodbye.
Il est bien détestable.
Isla, I was wondering if you might be able to help my friend.
Oh, what seems to be the problem?
I was wondering if you've heard of an affliction known as Era's Plague.
A damaging misnomer, but yes.
It certainly seems like the Enclave had a better understanding of it than the rest of the Maida does. I believe our quartermaster is suffering from it. She's a Kashar like you.
Ah, yes. The condition isn't unique to Kashar, but it's believed we experience it in greater severity due to our unique sleep cycles. I've heard of Ram, Obrun, Ashar, and Kassil alike who've experienced it. The first line of treatment is sleep. Unfortunately, that's difficult for Kashar. Thankfully, a sleeping balm should go a long way to help her. But it's not enough on its own.
Is there a more accurate name for this affliction?
Unfortunately, no. The research done on disorders of the mind is limited, and I suppose academics are hesitant to rename conditions until they've become better understood.
Changing the name would just confuse matters, especially after the surge.
Then again, using a name that implies an individual has been cursed by a goddess of justice doesn't exactly foster empathy for its sufferers.
If this won't cure Kasmin, what else will we need to do to help her?
It's what she needs to do for herself, sadly. There is no cure for Ira's plague, only treatment and management of the condition. Sleep will put her on the right track, but she needs to eat properly and actively fight the compulsions that stem from her visions.
She has a long road ahead of her.
She does. But she's not walking it alone. She's lucky to have friends like you.
Aw, is he cute?
Have you experienced Era's plague yourself?
Not personally, no. But when I was born, my mother sought out the sleeping balm recipe in case I ever needed it, being Kashar. Great foresight on her part.
You've never spoken of your mother before?
She died before I was even a year old. And my father doesn't like to speak of her.
How do I get hold of a sleeping balm?
Well, I can make one for you here if you bring me the ingredients. You'll need emerald lucin, a gemstone famed for its ability to radiate peace, and chill feather weave for its cooling properties. In addition to this, you'll need oil membrane for the formula, and of course, red cotton, because it filters the light so that the eyes find deeper rest.
I'll bring you those right away.
C'est tout ce qu'il faut? Pense pas.
I really can't discuss the Ox with you. Not here.
Don't worry. I understand. I just didn't realize that Khan Stanold is your father.
Admittedly, I wasn't the most forthcoming about that.
Why hide the fact that the Eye is your father?
No. Everyone knows. That's kind of the problem. My father has been in power a long time. And obviously, being his daughter has come with its privileges. But I can't ignore the whispers that I haven't truly earned my role. And at times, I worry they're right.
So, when you had the opportunity to work with us on your own terms?
I took it. I'm sorry. This probably looks bad.
Are you all right after that argument?
He's been on edge lately.
Since our band arrived.
That didn't help, but our relationship hasn't been great since I became the Spindle. At first, he was thrilled when I was elected, but you're just not seeing him at his best right now. Please, don't judge him too harshly.
Nah, on va être dur, ça.
I'll try not to. But you didn't answer my question. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I know we're not supposed to talk about the A word. But they're your passion. Why is your father so against you pursuing your research?
He says they're dangerous.
Right. But so are a lot of things in the Enclave.
I never knew my mother. I was born just before the retreat to Cassidon's Hold. When my research touched a nerve, he finally told me that she had died in an arc attack on the upper city. He wants me to steer clear of them, but he just doesn't see their potential. Yet.
You said he's not at his best. What does a good day look like for him?
Je suis curieux aussi.
I know it's hard to see it, but he is an amazing father. My childhood was wonderful. Growing up in Cassidon's Hold wasn't easy, but he made it fun. No matter how intense his job became, he made time for me. Playing dress up, reading to me before bed, or, as I got older, teaching me the basics of weaving and enchanting. He was my best friend and confidant. I could always tell him anything.
Do you still tell him everything, even now?
A lot has changed. But I have to believe he's still the same father I grew up with.
Donc, non.
Just know that when it comes to our Weaver Band, we believe that our contributions are what defines us.
That's comforting. For what it's worth, I did enjoy working with you.
But that's in the past. I should get back to my duties.
I have a strange request.
And I have very little time. How is our little project coming?
I'm working on it.
Then let's prioritize that. I have people to arm.
Really? Search bone. Avec ça, je m'en vais où? On va essayer de visiter la nouvelle map. On va aller voir ce que ça donne. Boss de cette zone. J'imagine que c'est ça. Pas de pitcher en bas, il a son loot. Bon, on va trouver d'autres plans. De l'armure ou des armes. Vite, toi. En haut. Oh, on va avoir un item ou un coffre ou une lumière. Ah bon?
The Casman sleeping balm. I was never a big
C'est juste
believer
une
in
lumière.
healing
Ah, d'accord.
gemstones myself, but there must be something to it if the Enclave folks use them in their alchemic practices.
Deux en même temps m'intéresse pas tant.
The manifold contains most of the complex and large machinery in Archon's
Right.
path.
Ah, ok, ils sont vraiment désagréables. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Je t'en feu là. Voyons. Il doit y avoir un plan ici. que t'as invoqué cette voix-là. Là. T'es qui, toi? Ok. Bon, ça, petit pauvre. Je monte en haut. Tournez voir, je pense qu'il y avait un coffre. Passé que je pensais. Wow!
The incandescent arch houses another moon gate.
C'est correct. Y avait-tu... Elle a parlé, j'étais en train de me battre. Teleport. J'aimerais ça pouvoir... Ah, on va croire, peut-être que ça fait juste pas. Ok, je trouve le boss ici. Espèce de forgeron. va nous causer du trouble. Non, non, non. Ça revient là. Merci Camille Kennard pour le raid. Vraiment apprécié. J'espère que ta partie de je sais pas quoi a bien été. J'ai pas pu te regarder. J'étais occupé de mon côté. Ben, ça a l'air de fonctionner, hein? L'important, c'est de participer. Qu'est-ce que tu faisais? Tu dessins ou tu jouais à quelque chose? Tu as joué à Megaman 2 fois? Jusqu'à 8 fois. Hey, ça donne beaucoup de chance, ça, quand même. Ben, je savais que j'allais faire péter de quoi. Tu t'es rendu compte après 15 minutes que t'étais.
Oui, allez.
C'est bon. Bonne soirée.
Go.
Go. La personne a dû trouver bien bête. Pas grand chose ici à part ma mort. M'assurer que ce soit juste ma mort qui soit ici. Ouais. Je comprends qu'elle est partie. Le gars il répond même pas. Mais là, est-ce qu'il a parlé plus qu'une fois pour que tu te rendes compte qu'il te répondait pas non plus? C'est un bon concept ça pour garder le plus de monde possible. Déjà défrosté. devrais essayer ça moi aussi pour arrêter de te répondre. Je suis sûr que tu reviendrais plus souvent. Je fais du ménage parce que ça a l'air le fun ce qui est là. Non, non, non. Ok, il y a un autre étage. Je savais que j'avais descendu. Mais... j'imagine que le boss ne doit pas être trop loin. On commence à l'entendre cogner un petit peu plus. Ben, il a tout te tourner de bord de même, là, juste pour moi, là. C'était vraiment personnel. Attrape! Ah, ben, effectivement pas loin.
The march was the passage walked by great and small archons alike to reach wherever they were needed across the Enclave.
Reviens! T'es un bon streamer et t'es un bon viewer, là. Oh god.
Watch out for that hammer.
Ça va être long. On a quelque chose de mieux à faire. Je sens qu'il va péter en feu. Non mais c'est chaud ça. T'exagères un petit peu là. Non, on va pas ses points. C'est quoi? J'aimerais. Ok, c'est calmé. Ah, le fun à frapper, ça. face fait dur comparé à lui. Ma face fait dur comparé à son marteau aussi. Ah. On veut-tu en parler? Oh non, j'ai fait une autre arme. Ah, qu'est-ce qu'il a fait tantôt? Il a sorti son marteau. Ça, j'imagine. C'est fâché. Ouais, que bout de bière. Ça, on va soigner éventuellement. Pas de temps à m'agripper sur ta face, mais ça a l'air à être pétant, ça. Je fais tellement mal. Oh. Oui. Oui, mon beau. Allez, ça. Ah oui. Good. Maybe some of my fire stuff. Est-ce que je suis pogné entre ses culottes? Ouais, gros blanc. Ah ouais, monte! Peut-être son épaule. Allez. Good. Ah! Casse-moi pas.
A flame strand. Always do with a little heat.
Wow! Je suis rendu où? C'est un plan? Ouh, Flame to Ender. On va en avoir un autre là. Je trouve un autre téléporte. Retourner en ville. Une ville campement. Ah. Moi, t'as été plus surpris que moi. Non? Ah ouais, c'est un truc à faire. Ça va pas grand chose. Là, m'éloigner. On va avec qui? Bref, moi ce que je veux, c'est mon plan. Ouais, de là je suis arrivé, fait que ça veut dire que le plan est quand même en bas. Ah, c'est ça. Le plan doit être là-bas, certain. On rentre par contre. Ouais, c'est pas tant ça que je veux grimper. Ça va être long, longtemps. Ok, il va me falloir un téléport pour le camp.
The emergence gate is one of several grand gates that was built to facilitate the transport of great archons. Apparently, it's no longer functional.
Si j'étais un téléport, où est-ce que je serais? Un faudron.
Magma pools in the cauldron made smelting convenient. Smiths could channel the hot gases.
Oh non, pas mal. Il faudrait juste que je m'enligne au fond. C'est sur ça qui tapait tantôt. On va remarquer. Don't mind me. Ça va être un petit peu... T'as de l'air immense. Je peux faire ça aussi? Pas d'activer, je suis en combat. D'abord, on va faire un tour. On va faire un tour vers moi. Bye-bye.
Bryn. Hi, Zola. Everything okay?
Oh, yes. Welcome back. It's good to see you safe. Could we talk when you have a moment?
Of course.
Ça y est resté en arrivant. Ce que je veux voir mon nouveau sort de feu. Hello. Ça j'aime ça. Pas nécessairement de parler tout de suite. Ce que je veux voir, c'est les armes. Des armures aussi. Ah, de la courte résistance. J'ai splitté ça un peu.
an intimidating silhouette.
Oh, ça va être le fun. On retrouve le reste de l'armure. Damn, ça va être cool. Là. Moins de résistance au feu, c'est sûr, mais le cold est tellement dérangeant. Il va falloir que j'aille trouver de ça.
You wanted to talk?
Mm-hmm. Can you walk with me?
Why all the mystery, Milady Smith?
In a word, I'm worried.
About?
Sev, he's been acting strangely. Has been since we met the Hearthsiders at the hold. He's going there a lot in off hours, and he honestly looks a little exhausted. Dom, of course, stays up later than us and says he's often slipping away.
Have you asked Sev what's wrong?
I have, and he waves it off every time.
Right. What do we do about it?
Sev has completely cut me off. But you know how I tease Lane for watching us all the time? Maybe that will pay off here. I hate this cloak and dagger stuff.
You do? You seem pretty good at it.
Talk to Lane for me. I'm sure they've seen what Sev is doing, but maybe they also have a guess at why he's acting so odd. Okay, let's go back before anyone gets nosy. And if Sev asks, blood moon cycle. Not sure if Ram blush, but he sure does.
Got it.
Bon, ben, ça va compléter la session pour aujourd'hui. J'ai quelques discussions à faire encore. Pour la suite, quand on va reprendre le tout un prochain live. Donc, je voulais vous remercier encore pour votre support. Et vous pouvez toujours me suivre sur YouTube ou Twitch. Je fais des lives sur les deux. Des fois, il y a des vidéos exclusives aussi sur YouTube directement. Mais principalement, je joue au jeu directement en live sur Twitch et YouTube. Donc, je vous remercie et je vous dis à la prochaine. Ciao!